Fantastic. Well, I'm going to finish these 4 today and get a start on these 3. Finish these 3. Get them all done. What's the matter with me? Look at this, get the start. We're going to finish some stuff off for a change. Yeah. I don't have many Germans left. How you doing, folks? Welcome to the Paint Along with Fritz. My wonderful and wacky Paint Along, where you get to join me in my silliness painting some miniatures if you're so inclined. Lurkers are welcome. I think this guy's rifle's bent. Gary Strombo is always welcome. How you doing, Gary, my good friend? All kinds of medieval dark age madness coming from that guy. Yeah, I see what you're doing over there. I see what you've been doing, and I see what you're currently doing. You are just going crazy with the dark ages. Beautiful boards. Hundreds of nights. What more can you ask for? I hope everything's going good for you, my friend. I haven't talked to you in a while. Hope all is well. It's been a while. But you know what? You know I'm always here. I'm always here. You guys come and go, but I'm always here. Getting wackier by the day. Doing some World War II. Yes, I'm getting back into Flames of War again. World War II in general. Yeah, Flames of War. That's my current project. I'm trying to get the Hit the Beach box starter set done. Well underway. I'm hip deep in doubling the size of my Hastings Anglo-Saxon versus Normans forces. You are. I see you do. I see what you're doing. I follow along with your madness. You are definitely, you've been inspired for that stuff for quite a while now. You just got done with the big project and now you're going at it again. Hats off to you, man. What, you made a beautiful table. That last one, not the Hastings one, but the what was it, the Romans you were doing? God, that was a huge table. Great looking table. I imagine it was a nightmare to transport, but man. One of these days, we'll have to do a paint and chat get together. Yes, we will. Yes, we will. I do these every day. Every other day. Every day. Right, Squirrel? I see a squirrel. I see a squirrel. How you doing, my friend? I don't often have guests in my chats on here, but sometimes I do. I do have a number of co-hosts, and sometimes special guests are in order. Right, Squirrel? You know how it works. I haven't seen Squirrel do a live stream in a while. The mood hasn't hit him, sadly. Hadrian's Wall. Is that what it was? What a board. What a board, man. Yeah, I saw that it breaks down, but how were you transporting that? I mean, that's a lot of boards to keep safe and wrapped up, and I don't know how you were traveling with it. I imagine a big old pickup truck, maybe. I don't know, man. Risky business. Risky business. Watch the pothole. Watch the speed bump. Look out! Could be a disaster. Get your daughter to sit in the back and hold all the boards nice and tight together. That's what you do. How you been, Squirrel? You home from work? You been home from work? That's a moot question. Of course he's home. He's hanging out in the backyard in the trees, reinforcing that nest for the coming winter, gathering the nuts. I saw your video with the cats. Look like Zadarok doing something with the little bio drapes that you got over the windows there in the porch. Cats laying around. Little Instagram. I'm stuff off hay fever. Allergy season in full swing for me. Yeah, I got it a little bit. Every once in a while I break out in some sneezing action. It's not too bad though for me. I don't get it as much as I did years ago. But I could feel it. I could feel it a little today, actually. A little stuffiness. Yeah, it's definitely there, so I know what you're talking about. Hang in there, my friend. What's your thoughts, Squirrel, on... Let me read this first. I read that. RPG Grandma! There she is. How you doing, RPG Grandma? Good to see you again. I see your projects are underway, too. What did I see you post recently? What was it? Was it a video, I think, on YouTube's? What were you talking about? I saw you posted a picture of a... It looked like a flying octopi. Octopus, rather. Flying octopus? Is that what it was? What was that? Monsters. Some kind of monster you're making. So she using... that had to be a toy she bought. Flying creatures. Yeah, something like that. Gotta finish these 4. I got these 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 7. And I figured out how I'm going to base these. I thought about it last night. I got it figured out, and I'm happy with my decision. I'll get into that. I'm also going to talk about oracles in our RPG games. I use oracles in my miniatures war games too. But this is a particularly grand system of oracles that I really I'm in love with. Talk a little bit about that. Do you guys use oracles? Oh, he's got to do a live stream tomorrow. Yes! Oh, I hope I can find it. I always miss these things. They come in late. Cover some stuff in Knock issue 5. Now, I'd look forward to that. I'm looking forward to that. I want to see some Knock stuff. I'm sure to ask you all kinds of questions. I saw the flip through you did. Doing okay, says RPG Grandma. The Air Squid, that's what it was. From All the Worlds of Monsters, Volume 1. All the World's Monsters, Volume 1. That sounds like a prime resource. Excellent. It's a toy I mounted on a stick and weighted upside down woodcraft pot. Getting crafty, Grandma, getting crafty. I like it. Homemade chicken pot pie for supper this eve. Sounds good. Sounds good. I'll be looking forward to some pictures of those homemade chicken pots. That was always a favorite at my household. Always. Oh, I miss my mother's cooking. I bought $5 of used marine animals at Goodwill to turn into monsters. Well, that's a nice find. Well done, Grandma. Let me clean my camera lens. All these guys got smocks on. Except this guy. He does, but I painted over it. I'm going to leave it that way. That's fine. Sharknado is on my to-do list. Just because I want one. Yeah, that would be fun to make. Big old vortex, little tornado with shark heads in it and tails. And yeah, I could see that. I think I've seen people model that. Yeah. Something everybody should have in their terrain collection or monster collection. It is a thing, actually. And priming a bunch of old lead minis. Working with the lead, are you? Living on the edge. Ah, good old lead. Yeah, I think I saw one. Didn't you post a picture wondering if it was a Ralpartha? Some kind of wizard or something. Or I forget what the model was, but yeah, it did kind of look like a Ralpartha to me. Ah, the good old days, right? Ralpartha. Everybody needs a Sharknado. That'd be true. A Lich. Was it a Ralpartha? Don't they usually have RP at the bottom of the base? Sculpted in? I don't remember. Be like RP 1006 or something for the code for the miniature. I found a Grenadier Umber Hulk too. Nice. Freaking Umber Hulk. Grenadier, another classic. I always liked Grenadier models. They were big, chunky fellows. Like a proper Grenadier. I think it's a Ralpartha, she says. Could be anything, but I would say a Ralpartha. I'm going to finish these. The boots. Do some helmets first. It's going to be Vallejo model color range number 979, German camo dark green. The old Gruna. We're going to do some green. That's for the helmets and the gas mask canister. Then I'm going to use some Luftwaffe green for the camouflage. I'm going to use some of this Andrea Brown, a shade of brown, again for the camouflage. And the boots, I think, as well. And did I do the rifles? I didn't do the rifles. That's going to be flat brown. Again, Vallejo model color range, flat brown, number 984. That's for the rifle wood. And I think that's all we need. Oh yes, we need this Vallejo model color number 940, I believe. Saddle brown. I used that for the canteen leather that wraps around the canteen. That classic reddish brown leather we see on our Germans for World War II. And I believe I got flesh to do, so we're going to get out our medium flesh. Vallejo, number 860, medium flesh. I use that all the time. That's going to be our flesh. And I think that's it. I do have a bread bag, which can be one of two colors, one of which is a beige, which I don't think I'll use because they have camo smocks on, which has a base color of beige. This guy would be an exception, so I'll use it on him. The alternate color is kind of a brown, which I'll either use flat or I'll use this Andrea. Whichever. Oh yes, they have shovels in the back, which is also flat brown like the rifle. Gewehr! We're going to use that. So that's my palette today. Get your paints out ready, folks. We're going to do some painting, get some stuff done. Got 2 or 3 hours to go. We're going to rock and roll here. Sculpture's consistent with the style of Raupartha Liches. I also will be painting Fu Manchu Dude. Wow! Fu Manchu Dude. I like it. Fu Manchu. He's got the old Fu Manchu mustachio. A couple two-headed mutant dudes. A random car street meter. There you go. A little bit of terrain to balance it out, of course. And Lord knows what else was in that box of random unloved metal minis. There you go. What'd you say? You got it at the Goodwill? Is that what you said? Little collection there. Goodwill. I might use Fu Manchu Dude to be the acupuncturist guy. Average grandma. Yeah, she loves it too. There's a great little game Osprey puts out. It's one of the blue books. It's about kung fu battles with miniatures. It's a... What's the name of it? Anybody in the chat knows what I'm talking about? Be perfect for that. It's like kung fu battles you can play out with your miniatures. North Star made a whole lineup of miniatures for it. Guys doing kung fu and stuff, like in the movies. I forget the name of it. One of their blue book series of rules, which are inexpensive, usually easy to get into rules. Worth checking out. Osprey Publishing, folks. Maybe we'll look it up later if anyone's curious. I think about a box of eBay, a bunch of random old stuff. Well, there it goes. There it goes. Chicken pot pie. I bulk ordered primer, so keep finding stuff. Oh, I got my goggles off. Oh, they are still charging. Are you serious? I've had this plugged in for a while. It's got to be good by now. The heck did I put my hand in? What is that? Oil? What is that? That is some kind of oil on my optivisor here. Cooking grease or something. What the heck is that about? Well, let's see who drops in today to see us. Got a few folks here. Feel free to say hi, folks. Everybody's welcome to join my little chat and maybe get something painted. Maybe. Everybody's welcome to paint a little bit with me. Is this the right paint? Doo-doo. See what we can get done. Let's see what we can do. I can't find my brush of choice. This one looks good though. I'm gonna have to handcraft some crazy monsters such as cigarette. Working on a hinge you ordered a bit ago. From the Field Guide to Encounters. The cigarette monster. Good stuff, good stuff. The cigarette monster. Okay. There's all our helmets. Do some canisters. Alright, that's enough with the green. How you doing, Mosher? Every time I read your name, I feel like talking French. Ugh. The cigarette monster like the Marlboro from Final Fantasy? Yeah, there you go. Okay, RPG Grandma. I'll be here a few hours. I don't know what the heck is on this. It's like I got... Is that butter? It smells like butter. I must have had these on my head when I was in the kitchen cooking or something. Right. Next, camouflage. Shall we do the camouflage? We shall do the camouflage next. There'll be a brown and a green as we draw the little patches or designs on the smocks. So one of the great things I discovered about the game Tales of Argosa, great old school game, lots of interesting mechanics to an OSR type game. But one of the coolest things about it is the use of oracles. Not just for solo play, but for actual gameplay. I use oracles all the time in all my games. I've tried all kinds of oracles. And pretty much I use the old Menser D6 for most of my oracles. I use the same thing with my miniatures games too, to decide if the opposing tank goes left or right or something, you know, that kind of thing. But this oracle system in Tales of Argosa is fantastic. Very simple, straightforward. And there's two mechanical platforms to do your oracle from. Both can be used simultaneously or whatever. There's a deck of cards you can get print on demand, which is fantastic. They're like little tarot cards with all kinds of information, nouns, verbs, adjectives, arrows to point direction, which is very useful. And a weather, moon phase type of thing for weather and time of day type thing. So you can just draw a couple cards and combine them together to get more very detailed answers from the oracle about whatever question you have. So there's that. But another oracle that it also uses is called the bones, and they're dice. There's like, I think 4 or 5 different dice, and they have unique titles and colors. Like the red die is the hammer of the gods, it's called. And they have little runes carved on them. Basically use them for yes and no answers, or to get an intense yes or an intense no result. That's what they're for. There's also a blue activity dice, which is part of that collection, which is used to determine the activity of creatures or NPCs that you might randomly encounter. It's a 6-sided die with 6 results. So instead of consulting a table to figure it out or making it up, you can consult the die. And when it comes up, like, oh, it's got the little icons for a social interaction. So the monsters are in some type of social interaction with each other. Or maybe they're sleeping, or maybe they're traveling, or whatever. That's what that die is for. But the actual Bones Oracle is made up of, I think, 3 dice. Or is it 4? I think it's 3. There's a red hammer of the gods, and then there's 2, I forget what they're called, 2 other dice. And they have little icons for yes and no on them. Not all the sides of these 6-sided dice have icons on them. But basically, you just roll the dice when you want a simple yes or no to a question. There's a way to modify it and influence the result by saying, okay, well, I think I need to know if this is yes or no, but in my opinion, I think it's likely to be a yes, but I still want to randomly determine it. So there is a way to modify slightly the die roll, where you basically just take out one of the results and re-roll it to get more likely the result you're after. But it's a great, simple system for yes and no. No charts to refer to. It's just a simple roll these dice. When you get a yes and a no, they cross out. The red dice determines everything. If it comes up yes and one of the white dice comes up yes, it's a really strong yes. If it's a no and a yes, it could be another result. But yeah, the results are going to be either yes or no, or a really intense yes or a really intense no. Or maybe there's a hiccup to it, like it's a yes answer, but there's something also that's not so good along with that goes in there. That's what those dice determine, which is really cool. It's easy to use, and I think it's going to be my new way of adding an oracle to all my games. I love that system with the dice and the cards on top of it when I want to get more detailed responses from the oracle. Especially the arrows that show direction of something, like a random encounter. What direction are they from if I don't know? Or, that kind of thing. So if you haven't taken a look at it, look up the Oracle in Tales of Argosa. I think it's a fantastic little adventure game along the lines of Dragonbane. Very old school. Worth looking at for anything for the Oracle. Anyway, moving on. Back to the cigarette monster. Sorry, everybody, I got distracted. Start with the green. Maybe I'll look it up and show you. Break out my PDF. Love oracles. I think oracles would be a cool add to the Knock magazine. Has there ever been anything about oracles in there? I love oracles. I love them. I love them. Not that I recall. I don't actually have the dice. You can buy them. But you can make your own. Which I'm probably going to do until I buy some. Because it's such a great oracle. I love it. I want to use it right away. Do you use oracles a lot? Besides the odd random die roll occasionally, do you use oracles to any regularity, Squirrel? Or anybody else out there? I love oracles because it's kind of like it makes it fun for me as the game master, because I want to have some mystery about things too. I don't want to always decide every freaking thing that happens. I want to get surprised too. Makes me feel like I'm part of the game. Not everything is under my control. Ooh, that sounds fun. And I'll roll this stuff right in front of the players too, so they know. They know. They better watch out. I just love it. There you go. The normal oracle that I use in my RPGs is just a simple d6. Basically, I call it a 1 and 6 of something happening. It could be a 2 and 6. It could be a 3 and 6. It could be a 4 and 6. Whatever. It's just how many in 6 is something likely to happen. And then I just roll d6, and if it equals or is under that number, there it is. Like I could say, all right, Say, oh, I'm going to put oil on the end of my bow and catch it on fire. I want to see if I can catch the wolf on fire when I hit him. So he hits him. So the question is it going to catch on fire? You know, I would easily say no. But, you know, let's have some fun and consult the oracle. Maybe it does. Maybe the fur's got some butter on it or some animal fat on it. Who knows? Whatever. But if I wanted to do that, I could say, okay, let's see if it catches on fire. I'm going to say there's a 2 in 6 chance that wolf catches on fire. His fur is particularly dry and it looks maybe it's oily. I don't know. But anyway, and I'd roll that in front of the players. And if it comes up 1 or 2 on a 6-sided die, guess what? It catches on fire and bursts into flames. Oh, no. So, yeah. And that's cool because it gets the players motivated to do things and get creative and try different wacky things when they know that there's a possible chance of something coming off, you know, without getting bogged with rules. That's what an oracle's for. They're great, man. I love them. That's normally what I do. Bum, bum, bum. All right, now we're going to get some brown. Add to this camo. It's a little too much, but I got to do some boots too, so. Okay. Camouflage done. Do the boots. I've used oracles, says Squirrel. The ones in the game I cannot recall at the moment. Yeah, so that's a new oracle I'm going to be trying out in my games. I'm going to make the dice. Probably buy them too, but I'm going to make them first. And I'll get the deck of cards. I love that sort of thing, man. I think how it works is there's 3 dice. 2 of them are white, 1 of them is red. The red one is special. It overrides the white ones. But on the white ones, I think half of the faces are blank, and the other half, well, no, that couldn't work. It'd have to be an equal number of yeses and an equal number of nos. So probably 2 blanks, 2 yeses, and 2 nos. Maybe. That's how the white dice are. So you roll 2 of the white ones, and then the red one, that's probably similarly faced. I'd have to look and see. But you roll those 3 together, and just looking at the white ones, if they both come up yes, well, then the answer is yes. If they both come up no, then it's no. If it's 1 yes and a blank, it's yes. You can see how there's degrees to it. But I guess on the white ones, if you get a yes and a no, they cross each other out. So that means you have to read what the red one says. Something like that. But you get the idea. It's a nice little convenient way of just rolling them to see how it is. And there's a way to influence it. Like if you think the result is likely to happen as a yes or likely to be no, you can modify it by, you get to remove one of the dice after you roll them. Like if it's likely to be a no, you can remove one of the yeses and re-roll it or something. I'd have to look and see how exactly it works. All I know is that it's cool and it works. Very simple. Iron Sworn. Yeah, I think you're right. That's that solo game. I got it behind me actually. On my bottom shelf, Iron Sworn. That's a solo game. That's got a pretty involved set of oracles in it, I remember. Classes and Tales of Argosa. There's only 2 spellcasting classes because it's low magic. And that's the magic user and the equivalent to the cleric, which is called an occultist. So they're a little different than your classic cleric. Those are the only two spellcasters, because it's sword and sorcery. Alright, so you're not going to get a lot of magic. The rest of the classes are all non-spellcasters. There's a bard, which is not a spellcaster. It's not like the classic D&D bard that you can think of. It doesn't play instruments, although he could. He's more like a influencer of battles, we'll say. Almost a tactician. So there's the bard, there's the fighter, there's the barbarian, there's the monk, as in martial arts monks. Oh god, I'm gonna have to look. That's only 6. Whoa! Let's see, I think I got it open right now. No, I rebooted my computer. Let me open it up. Take a look. See what those classes are like. Caverns of Shenang. Shenang! There it is. Let's open that up. Alright, you got an artificer. Yeah. You're an artificer, an expert alchemist and forge master, gear priest, and black powder savant. Alright. So it's got that. And you got the barbarian. Great artwork, by the way. Oh, can you see this? Why is that not showing? Hold on. That is funny, it's not showing. It's just a PDF. Let me see if I could fix that. Yeah, that's not showing. Well, I know how to solve that. Alright, as your barbarian. Bard. Cultist, that's the cleric. It's even got some sample deities. A whole bunch here. Argona, the Star Maiden. Graxus, the Iron God. Shenang, the goddess of night, darkness, and mystery, deceit and madness. Solari, the world tree. Alright, and then you got the fighter, of course. Classes go up to 9th level, but there's an option to go beyond that if you want to. You guys are supposed to retire at 9th, 10th level, whatever. It'll actually tell you, like, each class has this listing here. Beyond 9th level. For this particular guy, it says, if you survive this long, you earn yourself a title and stronghold that attracts a body of loyal men-at-arms. Over time, your keep attracts villagers who prosper under your protection. So it's kind of a way to write him out of the campaign, or the story. But there's nothing stopping you from continuing on. There is an option to, if you want to be 10th or 11th level and come out of retirement or whatever. But it doesn't go into tiered play, say like beyond expert level in basic D&D, you know, Dominion play, or Axe, the way it handles tiered play where you become a landowner and deal with dominions or trade or whatever. It doesn't do that. It's focused on the adventure level of the game, like Dragonbane. But it's got rules for big armies clashing too, so there is that. There's your magic user, one of 2 spellcasting classes. Again, it's sword and sorcery, so if you like Hyperborea like me, you might like this game because it adds elves and halflings and dwarves and scorn. They're a type of crazed orc. I don't know why they're a playable race, but they are. Scorn, the Scorn. There's the monk. He's a martial art monk. And then you've got the ranger. The rogue. Yes, the rogue. He's got his backstab ability and cool things. And that's it. It's got party bonds, things you can tie players together. So, let's see, what is that? There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 9 core classes. That's it. Just 9. That's all you need. 2 of them are spellcasting. Artificer, Barbarian, Bard, Cultist, Fighter, Magic User, Monk, Ranger, and Rogue. So there you go. Perfect. So there you go, Marcher. We are introducing primitive black powder weapons in the collaborative world setting that's on the table currently. Yep, that'll be interesting. You guys are going to go with the black powder, are you? Ooh, dangerous and unpredictable. Kind of like a Warhammer. Crazy stuff. Kind of like Hyperborea and its ray guns. Look out! Crazy. Here you go. Welcome, Merch. If you're interested, you can get the playtest rules for free. That's what I'm using right now. I didn't buy it. I'm still debating on whether or not I want to invest in it. It's only like on drive-through. You can get it for $35 with the PDF. So you get a softback copy of almost 300-page book, black and white, beautiful art. But anyway, it's like $35. You get the PDF and you get the softback, print on demand. And I think that's a bargain for the softback. The hardback is like $45. And the PDF alone is like $25. But you can get the playtest rules, which is basically the game. Doesn't have everything in it. Like, there's no dungeon generation in there. And it's a playtest version. But it's free, and you can get that, and you can take a look at it and get most of the mechanics and an idea of how it works. That's free. Again, you could get that on drive-through. I think the guy's company that produces it is called Pickpocket Press. You could look up that online. Pickpocket Press. So yeah, that's Tales of Argosa. It's pretty nice. It's pretty good. Pretty much an all-in-one book game. Don't need any other books. You know how it goes. If all goes well, says the squirrel. You're welcome again, March Hare. If all goes well, says the squirrel, we will be gathering round the table this Saturday evening, going through the third age of the setting. So you guys are pretty much creating stuff. That's your game session. That's what it sounds like. Are you still using that system to do this? I think you are. If you have trouble finding it, March Hare, I think just message. You're on Discord, right? Are you in the Discord? I'll just send it to you. It's free, but I have it. I could just send it to you. My OneDrive. I could send you my OneDrive link, and you could download all the stuff you want. You don't want to take the time to go to Drive-Thru RPG and look it up. Pickpocket Press. They get a bunch of free stuff. Check it out. Squirrel, are you still using Harnmaster? Is that going to be the game that you play out stuff with? Yes, I was interested in low fantasy role playing. I never picked it up though. The Tales of Argosa is like the new edition of low fantasy gaming. It's like the new edition of it. But they still publish low fantasy gaming. You can still get it. I think that's free too on the website. It's free, March. Come on. What's going on here? You don't have it yet? Collaboratively creating a world setting using game rules called Dawn of Worlds. I remember. We talked all about that. It's kind of like its own game. Kind of cool. I'm not on Discord. I can check it out on drive-through. I guess I could also post the link here in the chat. Then everybody would be able to get it. It's all free. It doesn't matter. Well, if you have any trouble, tell me. I'll figure out what to do. We will be most likely using Frankenstein. That's the way you've spelled it, Frankenstein. Not Frankenstein. Frankenstein, a Frankenstein of Harnmaster and BRP. Ooh, nice. The BRP in there. I like it. I don't keep up with all these D&D clones. Me neither, really. I really don't. I'm very particular about what I collect, let alone play. Because there's so much. I mean, it's nice to see all this, you know, love for old school games, D&D essentially. But, you know, it's, are we ever going to really play all this stuff? There's just so much to look through. I mean, it gets confusing. Man. Gunther Steiner. My favorite OSR games right now, in a nutshell. Number 1 is Astonishing Swordsmen and Sorcerers of Hyperborea. Why? Because it's Lovecraftian, it's AD&D first edition, it is sword and sorcery, which I absolutely love all three. That is my favorite by far when it comes to really any RPG. That's my favorite. And again, I tip my hat to Squirrel, and you know why. My second favorite OSR game, because it fits me to a T, is Axe 2, or even Axe 1. But Axe 2, by far, I think, is one of the better RPGs in general out there. Granted, a little on the crunchy side, just a little bit. It is essentially Rules Cyclopedia, the BECME system, modernized and expanded to the point where it is just fantastic. It allows for tiered play like no other game I've seen. It's got the low-level adventuring, like in Tales of Argosa. And then it's got the Dominion play, where you own land and you get into conquering things and fighting wars. It's also got mercantile trading. If you're into that, it's got that. If you want to be a merchant or build up a business in this fantasy world, again, after you've adventured and accumulated money, you can do this. But it has tiered play like that. Kind of like the original BECME system had tiered play, but Axe does it so well, so much better than just what was outlined in the basics of the D&D Rules Cyclopedia, the system itself. And it's got an excellent take on class as race, or race as class, which is a hallmark of the D&D basic system, right? BECME, race as class. Well, this makes it so you don't need race and class separate, and you don't want to be straddled with just race as class either. It's got a great concept of being able to make your own classes in the D&D tradition, in other words, race as class, that fit your campaign, and they're superbly balanced, if that's an important thing to you, at least between character classes. It's kind of important in a way. But it's got all that, so you can have all kinds of dwarven classes, but essentially only a dwarf class. But there's lots of different types, like you can have cleric types and fighter types and whatever they're called, and you can make up your own to fit your campaign. Fantastic idea. So it's kind of like a new way, a third way of generating character classes. There's your race and class separate, like in 5e and most RPGs today. You can race and class are separate and you mix them together and get all kinds of combos. And that's one way. The other way is the old D&D method of race as class. So you've got humans that could be rogues and fighters and clerics and so on. But then you've got the dwarf class. And then there's the elf class. And that kind of thing. That's the second way that we're all very familiar with, right? Some people don't like that. But then there's the way Axe is presenting it, where it's kind of a hybrid of the two. Where, yeah, your race is a class, but there's all these different professions or classes within each race that fit your campaign. It gives you the simple rules to make your own classes to fit your campaign. So you could have Doom Guard dwarves. They represent whatever. They're Doom Guards. You've got Tomb Guardian dwarves. That's their special abilities they have here and then. And you've got clerical type rune masters. These could all be classes of dwarves that you have. And then all the other races have their own little class selection as well. Very cool. Oh. Anyway, boy, you got me going off today on the role-playing games. Yeah, rock and roll. Which isn't a bad thing, because I'm kind of thinking a lot about my RPGs lately, because fall is coming and my new campaign will be starting. Anyway, those are my opinions. Heavy medieval feel. It was like... No loincloth barbarian dudes or kung fu monks. Yeah, there you go. Heido in dented helmet, he makes his appearance finally at last. Land of the turnips. If you have yet to look into Harn, March, you should. Maybe right up your alley. Could be, could be. Harn Master is its own thing, has its own following, its own system, and its own very... I don't like using the term generic, but when I use it, I mean any system can use this setting. Harn World. Very medieval focused. You could use it for low fantasy gaming. Tales of Argosa would work great for that. I have my own setting that I use. That's another system I never pulled the trigger on. I mean, the game's system have some of the source books. You'd love the Pendragon RPG. It's great. Little legendary role-playing right there with Pendragon. I played some of that myself. I did pick up the basic set of 5th edition on that one. Wait a minute, what? I did pick up the basic set for 5th edition on that one. Or starter set. Pendragon? Pendragon 5th edition? System agnostic, that's the term. Is 5th edition the current one? The newest one? Or is that the previous? Where's Atarak today? Squirrel? She usually pops in here when you're around. This guy's got a big old ham of a hand. Gripes. Something ain't right. Sitting on the porch. So she's there. How you doing, Zadarak? How you doing? How you doing? How does one join one of your games? Invite only? Or you have core group to play with? Depending on what I'm playing, my games are open to everybody over on the server. I usually advertise what I'm going to play and say, hey, got players, who wants to play? That's all. I have a core group that I play with as well, but we haven't played in a while. But that's... Oh, and I'm not the only GM either. Got a couple of GMs who like to play games. If you're interested, if anybody's interested in playing games with me, or just playing games in general, online, there is a bunch of us. And what I do is when you join the Discord server, I will add you to a role on the group called the Rogues. It's a special little group. You'll see it in the server, the Rogues. That's everybody that I play games with, that I've at least vetted and played games with. They become Rogues. And those folks got access to a special channel called the Rogues Den. And in that channel on Discord is where I advertise all my games and talk about what I'm going to do, and GM Rachel posts her games that she's going to be running. And we organize it and set it up there, and we got our own little voice channel for running games. We just set it up over there. But if you want to play, let me know. Be glad to bring you on in there and try your hand at some of my games or our games or whatever. That's how I do it. I gotta admit, sometimes it's like pulling teeth getting folks to play in some of my games. I don't know why. I don't know. I don't know why. I guess I'm a terrible GM. Oh well. Oh well. This guy looks like a Brit. British para, but he's not. I'm going to be running my campaign later this year, and I'm also going to be running a bunch of one-shots of different games I've always wanted to try out. That'll probably be in early next year. I'll be doing that. GM Rachel, she likes to run games of Pathfinder 2nd Edition, if anybody's interested in that. She runs some really fun games, though. She's been kind of under the weather lately, so she hasn't run anything. That's really it. It's mainly me and her that run stuff. I'm the eternal GM. And I like it. we still live? Got pretty quiet all of a sudden. OBS says we are. Yippers. Oh, got all the flesh done on those 3 other guys. Let's double check everything. Yeah, we're still going. Still going. Still chugging along, squirrel. Normally I run games on Foundry. I pay good money for that. So does Rachel. But I am going to start running some games where I don't use any Foundry or VTT at all. Tales of Argosa would be perfect for that. A lot of theater of the mind. So for those that don't like, you know, Foundry or VTTs, I'm going to try and do some more of the non-VTT play. I think Squirrel might like that. He tried playing in my campaign. He tried playing in some Dragonbane with us. You remember that, Squirrel? I think you had a hell of a time with that. That's okay. I'm going to try and run some games where people don't need to mess with that. Not that it's hard or anything. It's just, I don't know. Maybe the connection ain't good. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. Let's see. Sitting on the porch. Just salivating to the aroma of the chicken pot pie being prepared. I bet you are. I could smell it over here. I'm gonna have to cook up some potatoes. Make believe they're little chicken breasts. All right, we got 2 more colors to work with here. Rifles and canteen. Are you interested in playing Dennet Helmet? I'll put you in the Rogues if you want. You can see what it's all about over there. You are totally welcome. It's all RPGs. Where is the Dennet Helmet? There he is. There you go. You're in there. Squirrel Hermit, I think, is in there, right, Squirrel? You're in the Rogues, right? Because I've played with you. Where are you? Zaddy. Where are you, Squat? There you are. Let me see. Yeah, you're in the Rogues, too. The heck is that thing? There, we're all set. Hello, Lieutenant Halbert. Why'd you disappear for a while? What's going on? Yes, pot pies, I agree. Homemade pot pie, no less. Not those store-bought ones for a couple bucks. Homemade pot pie. Oh. One of my faves. When we get lamb, there will be lamb pot pie. Now that's living. Whoops. Do I hear rain? I'm gonna have to look see. a pause here. Let this all dry. I think these guys might be done. Zadarek and I are truly blessed. A solid 90% of our food is locally sourced. You are blessed, man. That is great. That's a pretty good number. I hope to get up to that number myself next year, probably. Once I start opening up those fields. That's the plan for next year. Of course, it won't be till late next year when fall hits. Maybe a little earlier. Going to start bringing up our own produce and then canning. That's going to be a huge percentage for me. You talk about organic. There you go. The only thing is, currently, it'll be the eggs and the meat. They're the only things that won't be. Can always go to farmer's market, though, if I wanted to. I don't drive, though, so I can't do all that stuff. But that's okay. That'll be a good start for me. Let me check and see if it's raining. Little bit. Do you get rain out there, squirrel? Sandbox seasonings. Sounds like how to handle changing seasons in a sandbox game. That'd be interesting. Nega dungeons? Negative dungeons? What is that? Nega dungeons. A use for bookshelves. That sounds interesting. See what somebody else has to say about that. That would be a good topic. D20 questions for adventurers. That sounds interesting. Cyclic dungeon generation. Cycles. That would be interesting. I'm curious about that. Cyclic dungeon generation. Dungeon weather. That would be interesting. How does weather influence the dungeon, or the dungeon with its own weather conditions? That would be interesting. I like things like that. This is great. I gotta get these back books because they're OSR source material with a focus on OSE, but that's neither here nor there. This could all be put into any OSR game like Hyperborea or Argosa. They'd fit in perfectly with that stuff. Practically with no tweakage whatsoever. So yeah, it'd be so frickin' useful. 200 pages, my gosh, look at all these topics. Ugh. How much is these? How much are these? How much did you pay for this volume? Blaster's another book thing I'd like to get. Those are usually sets of rules, indie stuff. And there's another company that publishes a book like this that's OSR, full of stuff. I forget what it's called. There's another one too. Ah, so much good stuff. Yeah, write those down. My choices would be Sandbox Seasonings, Nega Dungeons, because I'm curious what the hell that is. Cyclic dungeon generation is a third one. What is that about? It's a whole bunch of pages too. And 5 and 6, yeah, it's like 6 pages of stuff there. What else? There's a lot of good ones, but I don't want to pick out everything. Dungeon weather is interesting to me, so that'd be the 4th one. Dungeon entrance might be interesting. What makes a good dungeon entrance? It's always good to see another one's point of view on that. Yeah, those are the ones that stand out for me. There's a lot of tables in here. D10 Draconic Symbols. Tension. Ooh, what's that about? Creating tension in your games? That's another interesting one. Yeah, so that's a good half dozen that interest me. Do. Oh, good stuff. Each and every issue of Knock is a juicy tome of inspiration and insight. Yeah, all in one spot. You don't have to go searching around for all this stuff, right? Yeah. How much is it, though? What'd you pay for that bad boy? I don't have to look it up again. Oh yeah, I gotta paint the... Imagine they're not cheap. That's a lot of pages there. Isn't it a hardback? Well, I'll find out tomorrow. Sent you price pictures. Well, you're not gonna tell me, are you? Let me look. Euros, which is about $1 to the euro. Well, you have to get that. It's not local. Ah. Wow. Okay, what is this? Oh. PDF only. Let me look at this again. Print and PDF. Okay, so yeah, oh yeah, it's pretty much what I thought it would be. Because it's a big book. It's a hardback. I hope I don't miss it tomorrow. What time are you going to do it? Around 12? Around noon? Between the lucky 11 a.m. and 1 p.m.? That's usually when you do them. I should definitely be around. And everybody else too. Check out Squirrel's stream tomorrow, folks. Hopefully. Assuming everything goes good, we'll see some Knock. That's a tin. Hold on, I gotta paint some canteen covers. Gotta find this guy's canteen. I don't see it. That looks like the mess kit. Can't tell. I think this is the canteen. Okay. Oh. 11 a.m. Eastern, folks. 11 a.m. I should be around. I usually get up early. Oh. Then I end up falling asleep again. I got up really early today, around 7 a.m. Fell back asleep like 30 minutes later. Got up around noon. Freaking exhausted. Took me forever to fall asleep last night. What's going on? Let me see. I think these guys are done. If they're done, I'm going to set them aside. One more thing to do. Hold on. Okay. There. All right, these guys are done. Set them aside. And then I'm going to finish these today. There's only 3 of them. What are we at? We are at 1 hour and 57 minutes. So we got plenty of time to finish 3 more guys to their completion. When I think about the new generation of gamers, and again, my Sunday group are new generation gamers. So I got first-hand experience playing with new generation gamers. And of course, we played a modern RPG, that being Pathfinder 2nd Edition. And I've tried playing some old school games with a few of those folks. And It doesn't sell. It doesn't sell as much as, say, a modern Pathfinder 2 game does. It doesn't. There's something about it, and I know what it is, and you guys know what it is too, that are old school gamers. It has a lot to do, it has a lot to do with a lot of things. But one thing really stands out to me. One thing really stands out big time to me. And it's the simple fact that the vast majority of this new generation of young gamers, their concept, their basic concept of fantasy and what it is, what it should be, is coming primarily from video games. Right? Am I wrong? It's primarily from video games. Maybe a little bit of anime, or a lot of anime influence as well in there. Modern stuff. A lot of them are not drawing on things like the Lord of the Rings novels, or the Dragonlance Chronicles novels, or any novels. The writings of Howard and Sword and Sorcery, very little is coming from that influence. Very little is coming from movies. And when it is movies, it's not like the movies from the 80s. It's not like Conan the Barbarian or all those other barbarian movies we grew up with in the 80s, 90s even Xena. Their whole concept of modern fantasy, is almost alien compared to mine. One of the things I like to do with my players, my Sunday group, is go ahead and find your own art to represent your character in the game, and I'll make tokens out of it. And a lot of the time, they look for art that's very heavily influenced by modern cartoons and anime. Critical Role even. And at times that's very bothersome for me. And I even once said, you know what? And I asked a bunch of my players this. Look at this art that I love so much. This Frank Frazetta, Larry Elmore, Caldwell artwork, right? That I grew up with, that is formed the concept of fantasy in my brain cells. Artwork that I love passionately. Look at this artwork and tell me what you think. Could you use this character art for your character? I mean, is this the image you see when you sit down to play a role-playing game? What is the imagery that you visualize when you sit and play these role-playing games with me? And it doesn't sell. They do not see things like Frazetta or Elmore artwork the same way I do. They pull up the anime. The PC computer game type illustrations. That's what gets them. That's their basis for fantasy and what it is. And I'm not talking anything about game mechanics here. I'm talking about conceptually, what do you see? What is fantasy? What is the imagery that plays out in your head when we play? It's totally different than mine. And that's one of the things that this new generation does not get when they look at OSR style games. They see the black and white artwork. To some, it's awesome. But I think to most of them, it's boring. It just doesn't sell to them for whatever reason. That's just one of the things that's the problem between getting new players into the old school type of games. It's one of the issues you got to kind of contend with. It just doesn't sell. Most of the time. Not always, but most of the time. Anyway, that's one of my observations. Something that's been on my mind the past couple weeks. In the old days, says Dennet Helmet, mechanics were subservient to D&D's conceptual apparatus. Back in the day, the PCs dictated game balance. Today's mechanics and story rule the day. Mechanics and story. Story. Don't get me started on story. I could share my thoughts on story gaming here in a second. I'm sure you'll agree. Definitely informed or influenced via video games and movies, animation, and live action series as well. Says Squirrel. Dennet Helmet. Rule of the day. Encounter a orc war party. They can run, hide, evade, fight, or parley. That was game balance. You're so right, Dennet. It's totally different now. Every encounter is meant to be a combat that you overcome. That's the way they think. I say they. Talking about the new generation of gamers. There is no risk in death in D&D 5e. You can play Monopoly. Go play Monopoly. So Dennet Helmets, you know exactly what we're talking about here. So yeah. Uh-oh, here it comes. What was I going to say? Something else came up. What was it? I don't remember. It went right through my head brain. I can't remember. Oh, story. Story gaming. I don't even want to get into that. It's all just my opinion anyway. Story gaming. That's been a topic people have talked about a lot. Are we storytellers? Are GMs storytellers? Should we be focused on telling stories with our friends? Cooperatively, creating stories? Now, granted, there is a way of thinking where that is what we do, and that is a style of role-playing, and that's fair. You know, you can do that if you want to. Critical Role is an example of that. It might start off a little sandboxy, but it turns into this story-driven thing, character-focused, more about the characters and the story than it is the setting. And I think with old school gamers, it's more about the setting. And how, I think it was, somebody said this, and it was a good, I go along with this idea. I can't remember who said it. I think it was the RPG Pundit. I agree with him on this. We're creating the history of our world. That's what we're creating when we roleplay. We're literally creating the history of this world. I like that. I agree with that. That's one way to look at it, right? But today we're all focused on characters and what these characters do and their interactions. Who cares about the world? It's all going to bend the knee to us anyway in the end. It's just a different way to approach it. And storytelling. You know, the equivalent of storytelling would be what? It would be modules and adventures, right? Railroad. You know, this is the story, this is the plot, this is the way we've got to go if we want to finish this story, this adventure. And granted, that is a way to play. We used to call them modules back in the day. They were essentially stories. But, and that's a thing, and that's okay. I think most people would take those stories back then, those modules, and dissect them, or use them as examples, or put them in their own world and just use the encounter tables for this and that, or the map for a different story that they're doing. Well, I don't want to say story, but that's how a lot of people in the old days used them. And I guess some people still do that, but a lot more people use them as written as these stories. And this is the way we should play. Which I don't agree with. It's its own thing. I'd rather sandbox it and have that emergent gameplay going on. And you guys know what that's about, right? See what the players want to do. Follow some rumors and see where this takes us, See what stories come from it. But it's not something pre-planned and stuff like that. But again, that's a different way of playing our role-playing games. So there's plenty of room for all these different styles. I get it. That's fine. Man, I've played both kinds for sure. But anyway. Last thing, Critical Role loves 5e. That way, they don't have to kill off their IP characters. Bad for selling miniatures. All right, there you go. Dennet Helmet speaking about Critical Role. Their campaign 4, by the way, is going to be using 5e. Or no, 2024 5e. Which is shocking, if you ask me, because they got their own game. Anyway, that's all over YouTube, so it's nothing new. There's ours. Ours, you maniac. I saw you. I was on yesterday, and I saw you posted something while I was streaming. Were you lurking? Were you lurking? Ours. You never said anything. Yeah, must have missed us. Oh, well. I'm on for a little bit. Ours, if you want to co-host a little bit with me. If you're up. You don't have to. I know it gets late for you. It's 6:21 here. Over there in the heart of Europe, I think it's like after midnight. Jumped off my soapbox. Preach it, Dennet Helmet, preach it. Models were played primarily as convention play. Modules were played primarily as convention play, like in tournaments they used to run back then. Remember those? Tournament play? A lot of the AD&D modules were for tournaments. The Slavers series, I think, was a tournament series. TSR had a line of modules for convention competition like White Plume Mountain. Yeah, he knows what I'm talking about. It's quite late for me to join, says ours. I know ours. But I posted a battle report on your Discord. You mean our Discord? It's our Discord. It's not just mine. With pictures. Shall we peruse these pictures? Is everybody ready for this madness? The madness that is ours. We talked all about your 40k madness yesterday. I showed off pictures there too. Let's see, he's got something new to share today. Let's go take a look, folks. And remember, if you're in the Discord server, go over there and read it and take a look at it and like it and stuff. Because I'm not going to read all this now. I want you guys to look at it. I will read the first part. Shadows over Keyleth? Whatever. I don't know. Prime. Warhammer 40,000, 1,000 points per side. Sons of Malice versus Eldari. The Eldar. Ooh, let's look at some pictures. Ooh, let's check it out. Oh, there's somebody's hand there measuring out a deadly flamer gout. That's what it is. Flamer gouts. Look at that. What's going on? That looks like the Elder player. The Eldar. That's what it is. Evil Eldar. They're all evil. They must be purged. Xeno scum. Little purple thing there in the middle looks like an objective. No, there's some malice. Look out. Ours is on this side. He's holding the camera right now. He's looking down. Looking over his minions. Got this rusty old building with a red dye on it. Means something. Probably an objective. I don't know. Turn? I don't know what that is. We're about to find out. Can't be an objective. It's too freaking close to the edge. Wow, 1,000 points. You even got a oh, I forgot what these are called. The walkers there. Oh, I can't think of the name of them. Look at this madness. Is anybody in this rhino? Let's find out. Let's go to the next picture. Oh no. These are nice models. Actually. Wow. I forget what kind of Eldar they are. I forget what they're called. Screamers or something? I don't remember. Banshees? Howling Banshees? Howling Banshees, is that it? There's the spider walkers or something in the back. Warp spiders, I think they're called. Let me go to the chat. Red die is command points. Oh, you only have one? Oh, it's the first turn, I'm sure. Nice scenery. Banshees. Howling Banshees. Big Small Worlds. How you doing, Big Small? Let me go back to this and see what's going on. Look at this stuff, man. Oh, oh, no. What's happening here? Is that what I think it is? Oh, no. The striking scorpions are trying to engage. It looks like some assault. Sons of Malice. If I was to guess, I'd say the Sons of Malice attacked the scorpions. I wonder who won that encounter. Wraithguard? Who are these? The Wraith... Wraith... I forget what they are. They're allowed to take an objective, though. That's not good. Ars, are you going to tell me you lost this battle? You're on a bad roll lately. Oh, they're just... Oh, this is not good. Everybody's attacking the center objective there. Just look at this. How epic is that? That's 40k in a nutshell right there. I don't know who's going to win that one. I know these Wraithguard dudes. They're pretty nasty. Hey, it looks like he cleared him out, though. Wow. Here comes the Banshees again, howling across the battlefield. They see an objective close by. Uh-oh. It looks like it didn't go the way ours wanted. Looks like his warlord is the last one. Someone was the last guy standing. I forget who these are the warp spiders. Uh-oh, it's not good. Fighting for that central objective. Alright, back to the beginning there. Hold on. There's more. Let me make sure which ones I didn't see. Here? Oh, that's a nice picture. Looking out the Gothic-styled windows. This is the striking scorpions and Sons of Malice going at it. This must be early on. Yeah, it's got to be early on. It looks like ours took this objective early on, but finish out the scorpion or the Banshees. That's good. You got some revenge there. Waiting for this big guy to get into the action. Oh, they got one of these freaking cannons too. Did you get him, Mars? Did you crush these guys? This looks like a Farseer here. Not good. That's probably the Eldar commander right there. Going up against the Dreadnought. I can't tell who's winning. Well, that's his warlord going against these Eldar blue guys. I don't know who they are. Terminators. Chaos Terminator. This, I don't know. This looks like it's going to go the way of ours here. Alright, I think I saw that one. Oh, I got to see who won. A moral victory for the ours. The relic preserved, but their losses were catastrophic. A moral victory for the Eldar. So you made him pay a price for that moral victory. Oh man, that was good. Scorpions charged and butchered by my raptors. Your assault marines, right? I bet they did. How does line of sight work on a piece of terrain like that? It was like a hill, but granting cover. Beautiful models, by the way. I focused on killing space elves instead of objectives. All right, I get it. Well, that sounds appropriate for the forces of in between chaos and non-chaos. Interesting folks, these Sons of Malice. Give me a second. I gotta put something in the other room. Yeah, very good. Ours. Everybody check it out. It's good stuff. There's more to read there too. You guys put on good battle reports. Good photography. It looks like a typical game of 40k is what it looks like. All these epic moments. Because I think that's what 40k is good at. Creating these epic moments. At least those are my memories. And it made the game quite enjoyable to me. Although it can be very frustrating too. Oh. Look at that beautiful pie. Pot pie. Oh, that came out perfect. Ooh, could see the juices. And there it is. There it is. Looks like it got mushroom. Is that a mushroom? Yeah, it's got all the goods. It looks loaded. Wow. Chicken pot pie is on the menu tonight. This was the other day. There you go. Zaddy working her magic once again at the squirrel household. Squirrel's nest. Where's the fan page? Is that the page on Facebook? I think I'm on that. I should be. We tried learning 40k byte codex and core rules. Sadly, the rules changed so often we started playing other games. Errata changes were unbearable for new players. It was my second game of 10th edition 40k, and it's way more brutal than 5th played previously. Interesting. Well, Zadarock, looks like you made a great pot pie. Bags of dice, units dying in 1 round. Brutalis. Sounds right. Sauteed mushrooms, delicious. I thought so. All of the veg and all the other veggies. Yeah, it looks delish. Looks delish. Gotta love chicken pot pie, man. Or turkey pot pie. Did you ever make turkey croquettes? Chicken croquettes? My mom used to make them all the time. Around the holidays, you know. You get leftovers and you make little croquettes out of them, right? And pot pies. Every Christmas and Thanksgiving there was always croquettes and pot pies. After the main meal. Freaking leftovers. Ours, was that battle oh no. No, never mind. You already answered it. It was a 1,000-point game. I thought it was a combat patrol. There's a big community for 2nd edition too. On Facebook. There's groups for all those editions. 2nd is pretty big. 3rd is a big one. 4th is a big one. And 5th is a decent sized one. They're all groups on Facebook you can look up. But regardless, it's great to see there's communities of people still playing these great games from days gone by. Got your favorite versions and they're being played still. I'm going to play 5th and 6th from the rules. I like them more than 10th. There you go. I like 10th currently because it's very straightforward and simple. Especially with Combat Patrol. It's great for Jake. But honestly, the deep, grim, dark feel of the old days, it's definitely more the case in the old versions of the game. Like ours says. And that's what I like. I'm not a real fan of them. My mother and grandmother would make them. Pot pies? Croquettes, you mean? Yeah, croquettes. Core rules are simple. That's true. Yeah, I like that for Jake. I think it's good for a casual gamer like me. 10th edition, that is. Well, that's the thing with the new versions of 40K. They got all this new stuff like keywords and stuff, which is meant to streamline play. You know, oh, this is the keyword for this, and that's great. It's not that overwhelming. I think 9th was a horror story. Did you play 9th? I didn't like it. Oh my god. That was just too much. But 10th seems to have fixed all that. So it's not so dense. Man. I don't like dense. I'm a casual player. casual. I don't want to have to muddle through 120 stratagems to figure out which ones are best for my army and how the enemies work too. That's insane. They really slash the stratagems. I've never played 5th, but I like it. I've got the rule book. I intend to try it out. Played lots of 3rd, never played 4th. Some people swear by 4th. But who knows, you know, I'm going to play some 2nd as well because I want to get goofy. We play and kill team. What is that? Ember Guard? What is Ember Guard? Ember Guard? I know kill team. What's Ember Guard? Is that another new cool game that I don't know about? Like Turnip 28? You gonna introduce me to another one? Hey Ars, did you check out Turnip 28? Pretty cool. In old editions, the core rules were a little more complicated, but you had almost everything. I played 5th, then I had 14 years break, until now. It all begins anew. I'm glad you're enjoying it, Ars. Today it's all about competitive play. What's the meta? Buy more models as the meta changes, some say. Squirrel chimes in, a short walk to the corner store is at hand. Be right back. All right, Squirrel, I'll hold down the fort. Pick up some goodies. Corner store. Wonder what he's going to get. I'm getting hungry. I know that. Sons of Malice. Sons of Malachi. The malicious sons. Warhammer Underworlds. Oh, okay. Ember Guard. Okay. I have to go now. Okay, Ars. If you'll be on tomorrow, I will join. Alright, Ars. I'll be on tomorrow for sure. Take care, my friend. I've been on for almost 2.5 hours. So, I started around 4. Around that time. You know how it works around here. We'll all look forward to that. I'll talk 40K. Night, Ars. Take care of yourself. Be good. Have a good slumber. There you go. All the way from Warsaw. Our good friend Ars. Yeah. The key to my enjoyment of 40K and Warhammer, or any GW game back in the day, the key to my enjoyment was playing with the right people. And this is true with any game out there. There's always going to be certain people that love competitive play. It's just their nature. They play competitively, and it's very frustrating sometimes playing against some of these folks. But yeah, I was fortunate to have some good folks to play these games with and focus on story and narrative of the battles. Where it was all just good fun. And if you can find that, it's good stuff. If you could find those people. Because really, it's really an enjoyable game. I think I just have so many good memories of playing all those games. And the same could be said of games like Flames of War, Bolt Action, because they have tournaments and there's a lot of competitive players in that whole realm. It's kind of like with 40K, the same thing. It's not everybody's thing, All right. So it's kind of a shame. People, I'm not going to play 40K. Players are terrible. It's too competitive for me. It's kind of a shame. People are missing out on the enjoyment of those games because they are enjoyable. If you could just find the right people and the right atmosphere. Yeah. Or play solo. Tell some stories on your table. Let me get some more anklets here. I gotta get these last 3 done. So what I'm going to do for the basing, I've decided, instead of buying the Litco bases, I have a ton of them already, but instead of buying the Litco bases, probably thin bases that I can build up the edges with, what I could do is just base the figures on the plastic bases that come with them, right? And all I got to do is use the spackling to get rid of the beveled edges. Because that's all I really want. I want to get rid of the beveled edge and have an edge to the base that's got some height to it so I could grab onto the base. And it looks more appealing to me also. I don't like beveled edges. So I'm just going to do that. I could do that. I could build them up and make it look nice. know why I didn't think of that before. Nice. Simple, right? And then we're going to play some Turnip 28, baby. I'm telling you, fantastic. I can't wait. Because somebody turned me on to that frickin' game, and now I can't stop looking at pictures of it. It's getting to me, folks. It's getting to me. The old turnips. The rise of the turnip god. Oh. You can print bases and filament too. Yeah, I thought of that. I thought of printing bases. I couldn't find it. I did a week search for bases for Flames of War, and I came up nothing. But I'm sure I could get them and find them. But I have literally hundreds of plastic bases already. I don't need them. And I'm just going to build up those edges, man. That's so freaking easy. I could do that. Spackle's perfect with a little glue in it. Hard as rock. Because my fear with the Litco bases, or even if I 3D print them, is that they have to be thin. They have to be thin, because I don't want these big 2mm thick bases where the figures are standing up on top of it, where they're too tall. It's like, the tanks aren't on bases. So the height of my infantry is just too frickin' tall. Doesn't look right. So I'd have to have thin bases by Litco, which is no big deal. I've got hundreds of Flames of War small bases that are like that. And then they'd be perfect, and I'd build up the edges on them. And I started thinking, well, if you're building the edges up on those because they're too thin, just build the edges up on the plastic bases. And I know I could do that. So that's what I'll do. Because really, I want to get rid of the beveled edge. I hate them. I have a mountain of DBX bases. They will be getting used. Join, play campaigns, make amazing stories. Yep, Big Small knows where it's at. That's pretty much what he does. All his games are campaigns. Battles. Right? All right, let's get to the other green here. I got to paint the trousers and jackets. My OCD says tanks on bases. The vehicles on bases too? Yeah, I can't do bases with my tanks. That's my OCD. I can't have them. Why don't you try Triumph, James? I like Triumph so much better. I played so much DBX, so many DBA games. Triumph is so much better. But whatever. Doesn't really matter, right? Oh, here's my brush. Now, I couldn't put bases on my tanks and vehicles. I think Forged in Battle, that manufacturer, their vehicles are all on bases. I had some of them in my collection, actually. And I took the bases off. I broke the bases off, which was a hassle. But I couldn't do it otherwise. Can't have bases. So that's what I'm gonna do. Solved. Which is good, because I can start basing these guys now. So I'm going to anticipate playing a Flames of War battle with some infantry. Probably not this weekend. I think Jake is starting school and Jesse works, so he's probably not going to be up this weekend. Next weekend or Wednesday he might. Well, probably not Wednesday. He's got school. And I'm going to introduce infantry. I'm going to introduce my Pack 40s. I'm going to introduce my German infantry here. And I'm going to take on nothing but Shermans. It's a good start. I have so many rules. Getting back into DBA. Using Ree's He-Man mug because she is at work. Here's another question. Clear bases, yes or no? I think there's a place for clear bases. I think they'd be pretty good mixed in with your normal bases if you used clear bases for flying things. That might be acceptable to me. But normally, nah, I'm not into clear bases. I don't know, though. I've never really played with clear bases. But I like my bases. I like to flock my bases. I like all the little flowers and the grass blades and whatever. I like my bases. Nerd's Nerd, who frequents the chats, she goes with clear bases. She uses clear bases. I know that. Other than that, I don't know anyone else who uses clear bases. I mean, they'd probably work really good with a board game. Where you don't really want to see the bases. Because they're on a board. I don't know. Not really my thing, though. Guess that's because I'm old school? What do you think, James? Clear bases? I mean, in a lot of cases with wargaming, you want to see the base edges. You want to see the bases. That's a thing, too. Like take DBA, for instance, or Triumph. There's a perfect example. Those base edges are pretty frickin' important. You got to see them. There's a lot of outcome moves and stuff based on those bases. So it'd be kind of odd having clear bases in a game of DBA or something. But still. Doable. do the helmets. Do the helmets. Do the helmets. Like a rhinestone helmet. Dun, dun. Oh. Let me go back to this nonsense. Clear bases, yes or no? Wardrobe plays World War II. Wardrobe, how you doing, Wardrobe? Been a while. How you doing, my friend? Former itinerant hobbyist, as it were. It's been a while indeed. How you been? I see you streaming once in a while. I see you guys over there once in a while. Board gaming madness. That's what I see. Board gaming madness. Ah, yeah, the garbage. The garbage. The garbage. I like chunky MDF with round corners. Chunky MDF with round corners. Yeah, I kind of like them too myself. It depends on the game though. Flames of War, boom. I like the round corners. Like for World War II games. You know, I don't want to see pointy corners on my World War II stuff. Give me the nice round ones. I don't know why that is. Because of Flames of War? I don't know. Commission painting or playing Flames of War? I'm semi-retired from the commission painting, man, as of January of this year. I've still got some commissions. I've got a couple more to do, but I'm getting my chutzpah back up because if you don't know, I pretty much burned out of the hobby late last year. I was in a bad space, man. And I just had to call it. I was having physical issues. I couldn't do this. I had no hobby anymore. And I essentially had to step out of the whole process for the last 6 months. I'm still doing small commissions. You know, just a few models or a unit or something. No more big monster armies of 300 to 1,000. I can't do it. I can't do my own stuff anymore. I'm always backlogged. So I'm down to just 2 commissions. I've talked to the clients. One is Kevin Krause. We all know him from the Krause collection. I'm working with him on figuring out what I'm going to do with the pretty big commission that I have for him. But he's good with it, so. And I have one more, some Napoleonic French. Trying to get as many of that I can get done. So yeah, I've still got that. But for the most part, I've spent the last 6 months getting back into painting my own stuff, and I'm so, it feels so good. I feel like I'm actually back in the hobby again. And hence, here I am doing Flames of War again, of all things, after selling it all off. So yeah, I feel really good right now. And that's where I'm set in regard to that. Still adjusting to it, but we got a little rain here, Squirrel. I was going to ask you about the weather's like over there. I was looking at some of the minis you painted for me a million years ago. It wasn't that long ago, was it? I'll tell you, I had a lot of fun painting those guys. Those Peter Pig World War II Brits. Paras. That was good fun painting them. Beautiful models, man. I still got plenty of pictures of them. I hope you're getting a lot of use of them. I don't know, you're all board games it seems anymore. What's going on, Todd? What's going on? I mean, those board games, they never go away. I love board games, by the way. It's been cold and rainy here, and now winter is finally breaking. Garage time. Yeah, that's good to hear, James. Good to hear. We have normal SoCal weather in St. Louis. Missouri. 70s and low humidity. Really? That's interesting. I've been through St. Louis, Missouri many times. Never stayed there too long, though, so I don't really know. I know it's pretty flat, and I spent a long time in SoCal, so I know what the weather's like, and I loved it. I love that dry heat. And it's interesting that you say St. Louis is going through that right now. That's really interesting. When a hobby becomes a job, it's no longer fun. Exactly. How many times have I said that? But I don't know, I just got so backlogged. I couldn't do it anymore. Especially 10 mil. Oh, I painted so many 10 mils. I got into commission painting because of my love for painting 28 mil figures. But for some reason, I became known as the 10 millimeter small scale guy commission painter. And about 90% of all my commissions were, you guessed it, 15 and 10 millimeter and 12 millimeter. So yeah, that had its toll, which means there's a lot to paint. Anyway, that's my story, and I'm sticking with it. If you're a fan of board games, folks, check out Wardrobe Plays World War II. Todd. He's got a fantastic hobby in board gaming, and I'm not sure he does the miniatures still. I'd have to ask him about that. Do you still do the World War II minis? I imagine you do. Like you said, I did a commission for him. But he is big into the board gaming, particularly World War II. World War II board gaming. Hex Encounter gaming, which admittedly I've never really done a whole lot of. It's outside of tactical level games. Who knows? Oh, I didn't paint this guy, I don't think. Yes, I did. Yes, I did. Can't see. Let's do some helmets. We're going to use some Vallejo. Model color range. Where are you? This one right here. German Camel Dark Green. Number 979 for the model color range. Vallejo. This bad boy. We're going to do the helmets. We're going to do the gas mask canister. Just 3 guys. Let's zip through them. Getting stuff done. That's great about the hobby. Sorry you had to go through all that doldrums season. Oh, it was brutal. I could never catch up. Because a friend of mine said, who's also doing commission painting, he said to me, you know, it's easy to get all backlogged and you just got commissions all over the place. And when you try to get caught up and try and get it all set up, sure enough, somebody comes around with another commission. And what are you going to do when somebody starts flopping that check in front of your face? It's so hard to say no, right? And it's true. It's very hard to say no, even though you don't want to. It's like, this is how I make my money, bro. but I just finally had to, for health reasons too, I just had to say, nah, I can't keep doing this. You're never going to make what you're worth. You're never going to get rich doing this stuff. I originally did it because I enjoyed it. So when it starts to lose that, you know there's a problem. But that's okay. I'm currently painting the Hit the Beach starter set. That's my current project I've been working on. And I got almost all the German infantry done. I'm going to base them and seal them up pretty soon. And I got to do the 82nd Airborne. I got a platoon of those guys to do. So I'm closing in. Got all the tanks done. Even got a flak 88. Got a pair of Pack 40s. And remember, I'm starting over. I don't have anything anymore. I sold all my Flames of War, my World War II 15mm stuff off. And you remember that, Todd. I think I sold you some of that stuff too. Gave you some freebies too. Yeah. So I'm basically starting over. And I don't mind. Pretty much picking up where I left off. Western Front. Nothing different. I had my season of completely out of minis. Lots of hassle. I'm slowly trying it again. Are you really? That's great, man. I hope you do. It's good fun. Painting is a big part of our hobby. If you don't enjoy it, you probably shouldn't be doing it. Got to find a way to find the enjoyment that is painting. And I just love painting. Especially now getting out of the commission stage, I'm actually getting it back in me. I just love it. And you don't get that when you're playing board games. There's something very enjoyable about the whole tactile process of picking up a miniature and painting it and seeing it come to life. For me, anyway. And basing it. And then fighting these 3D battles on our tabletop with them. It's a whole different thing. It's a worthy endeavor, I think. I've had a break from painting for 2 weeks. Now I'm ready to return to it. I bet you are. Got to take your breaks. Now I need to find a new painter if I get back into it. A new painter? What do you mean? A new commission painter? A commission painter? Need a commission painter. What about British Legion? He does some stuff. You know him good. I might do some stuff for you too in the future. Once I get these two cleared up, I'll be able to do some stuff. Yeah, maybe some platoon or two here and there, or something I could handle. I could do stuff like that. I don't want to get myself all backed up again. I really don't. But everybody knows that. All my clients, they know that. So it's all good. My advice, start slow and enjoy what you have. Exactly. That's exactly what I'm doing. That's stellar advice. I've been doing that for 6 months now, right? Since January. James knows. And it feels good, man. It feels really good to be back doing it again. I enjoy it. I'm getting it back in my veins. Going at my own pace. No stress. Do you think rounded corners are an issue with DBA? Nah. Thinking of going up against 80mm width. Going up to 80mm width. I don't. I wouldn't use rounded corners, but there's nothing wrong with it. You could do that with DBA. Well, you know how DBA works. It's got the whole geometric stuff going on, so you kind of want corners and tight fitting lines and stuff, right? But you wouldn't have to. I realized last night building an early Visigoth and Western Imperial Roman armies should be straightforward. Good cross-section of troopage. I can't afford the shipping from BL. BL? Where's BL? Oh, British Legion. If he could buy the figures for you, or if you can buy them over there in the UK and have them sent to him, because that's what people over here do from the UK. They just order from a place here and have them delivered here, so they're not paying much for shipping. But, you know, when it's all said and done, you got the shipping to take care of there, but it does cut it down a little. Because he's a good guy. He does some really good painting. But yeah, here's the UK. If you want something done, just let me know. We'll talk. Not right away, of course. But I can get some stuff for you. I could do. We'll see, though. We'll get there. Because I'm not retired, right? I just haven't thought about it much. You know? I haven't thought about it. My mind has been elsewhere. Granted, it's in World War II. All this flames of war nonsense. Da, 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 da. Let's see. I thought I painted the flesh on these guys. Yeah, I did. What did I do that for? Whoops. Whoopsies. Do some Middlestone, shall we? Middlestone next. We got a Panzerschreck. We're gonna do a Panzerschreck here, so I'm gonna grab some Middlestone. Here's a brand new one. Let's give that a good shooka. Do that Panzerschreck. Shreckage. to take out some Shermans with this bad boy. Man, I only got 2 Panzer IVs. That game I had with Jake, I basically went against, I think he's got 9 Shermans, 2 or 3 76s, a lot of 75s, but I went up against him with nothing but 2 Panzer IVs H, and I think it was 4 Stug Gs. And I had to proxy him with my Italians. Those Semavente or whatever they are, those little self-propelled guns they used in North Africa. Because they're the only ones I had painted and ready to go. So I had to proxy them as Stugs. And they worked wonders for me, I'm telling you. Worked wonders. But still, that game was a draw in the end of the day. Because Jake, somehow he managed to pull out a sneaky move to take on an objective that I was previously holding. I think he finished off my Panzer IVs. That's what it was. Something like that. So good for him. Good for him. All right, there's a Panzer Shrek. Gotta get these 3 done here. Fireball Forward, I remember those. Fireball Forward. Never played those. I don't know why. My favorite so far, I mean, outside of obviously Flames of War, I'm sorry, I'm just a big fan. That's the way it is. But outside of that, my favorite games I've ever played, I've played so many World War II games, but my favorite was O Group and Battle Group. Really was becoming a fan of O Group. That was my last battle report I ever did. Last time I played any historical miniatures games. Any miniatures games was a battle with O Group. I loved it. I'm a fan of David Brown's rules, but yeah. Really like those rules. Those are my favorites. I don't know. I'm going to go back to playing 4th edition Flames of War because I only played it maybe 3 times and I never really gave it a fair shake. I've complained about it a little bit here and there, but I'm going to go back to playing it, and I've been playing it recently. I enjoy it. It does what it says it does. And I'm probably inevitably also going to play some of those other classics that I love so much. But might even try out some new stuff. Because, you know, you can. That's the nature of collecting World War II minis. Oh, and I'm also doing 28 mil. Something I didn't do last time was I never got around to playing Bolt Action and Chain of Command. And that's something I'm also going to do. Because I have been collecting, and I have in the past painted many 28 mil Warlord games, World War II stuff, and I love them, but I'm off. That was the whole point. But I'm going to actually keep them this time and actually play and do that too. So that's something else I'm looking forward to. Doing the 28s. Give me some new games to play too. It's amazing how well insert proxy here substitutes for a Panzer IV Sherman. Yeah. Yeah. It's odd. When I first started playing Flames of War years ago, all I ever had was tanks. And I had tanks of all types from the very get-go. All kinds of Stugs and Panzer. But this time I'm starting literally from the bottom with just the starter box. And whatever's in it is what I got. And fortunately I have Ian's collection, if you remember Ian, who passed away in December, I'm sure you know. But I have all his commission that I was working on for him. And that was all the Tobruk stuff. So I've got them all painted and stuff, and the project never finished though. I had more to do, but yeah, so I've got all of his Tobruk stuff, and I've been using them to play some games of Flames of War with Jake. And using the Italians as proxies and stuff. I don't think I'll ever do North Africa myself. It's just not a theater of the war that interests me. Never has. But I have played it a little bit with Flames of War. Because why not? I have these beautiful models. I'm sure Ian would be happy to know his stuff's being used by little Jake and myself. But yeah, proxies, they came in handy. Chain of command and bolt action play great in 15mm single-based minis. Yeah, but I like the 28s. I love 28mm. Probably the only 15s I'll do are just my World War II stuff like this, and some of my ancients. Because I still have my feudal English armies. And actually, I got a ton of 15mm ancients and medieval stuff that I'm probably going to paint up for use in Triumph. But that's it. I'm 28mm with everything else. Of course, never say never. I played what's it called? Battle Group. You know Battle Group. It's designed for 20mm HO scale miniatures, but you can use 15mm too, and other scales if you want as well. I used it with 15mm. And I was using my Flames of War stuff, and it was all based for Flames of War, which is kind of an issue because the way squads work in Battle Group, you got to take individual models out as casualties. So I decided, you know what? I'm going to rebase at least half of my Flames of War infantry on multiple figure bases. Single figures, a few two-figure bases. That's what I'm going to do. So I did that. You might remember that project from years ago. So I played Battle Group with individual models of 15mm running around the tabletop. So yeah, you can do that too. And bolt action would look and play the same way. But literally, for me, I was losing models. My figures are so well painted and camouflaged, they would go missing. I'd have whole squads of guys, losing guys in forests and stuff, and I don't know where they are. I'd leave the battlefield set up, the cats would get at it, and guys would go missing. That happened many times. So I decided, you know what, I can't handle this 15mm individual-based figuring anymore. That's when I rebased everything back over to the bigger multi-figure bases. So it didn't work for me. I'm telling you, I was losing guys. True story. Can't even see them on the tabletop. I had a squad there all that time. They're the ones with the Panzerschreck. I could see it. Yeah, but you forget all that. You've seen some of my tables, the way I got it so everything's 3D and just everything's just too good. Cripes almighty. It's a disaster. James says, Steve McQueen model dug his way out. Steve McQueen model. Yada da 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 da. Oh, what's next? But yeah, you could. You could play bolt action, individually mount these guys, play it on a smaller board even. Go to town. That'd be pretty cool. Would you do that, James? Can you see yourself doing 15 mil? Say you were going to play some World War II. You're going to play bolt action or whatever. But you were going to do it in 15 mil. Would you do that? Play on a smaller table? Because I know you're all about the convenience and the footprint. Would you do that? I think it would work out really well, actually. I just wouldn't do it because I enjoy painting the bigger figures. Battle Group was great in 15 mil. Yeah, it was. I heard, maybe this is common knowledge now, that the publisher of Battle Group, Plastic Soldier Company, is working on a set of 28 millimeter platoon level rules for World War II, a la bolt action style. It's kind of an expansion to their Battle Group rules. They're gonna do a little skirmishing. That's what I heard. Through the vine of grapes. And there you go. That would be another option. Because, folks, if you haven't played Battle Group, it is a really outstanding game. And I did play with individual mounted 15 mil figures with that. And it's a great game. I even to this day, I've said many times, whenever I played that freaking game, I felt like I was watching a World War II documentary on my tabletop. I don't know why, it just felt that way. I guess it was because individual guys running around, these little 15 mils, just felt like it. And they're bigger battles than or bolt action. You got a lot going on. Really good fun. I had a good time with those rules. They're fun to paint. I could say that. I don't know if I'd say it's more immersive playing with 28 mil. Maybe. True story, losing the miniature. I'm not kidding about that. It was frustrating. Red berets. .28 mil remains your favorite. That's good to hear, James. Something about painting those bigger figures just enhances for me, enhances my hobby. I love painting those bigger figures. I mean, painting, the process. It's just much more enjoyable. I said this yesterday, I think, but I did a commission for a collection of AB miniatures, which are 18 mil. They're the Cadillac of the 15 mil, 18 mil scale. They're beautiful sculpts, and they were beautiful figures. To this day, I absolutely hated painting them. And I really don't look forward to painting AB figures. As beautiful and great as they are not crisp miniatures, in my opinion. It's more challenging to paint them. And I did not enjoy that. I had more enjoyment painting the Peter Pig models, or even some of the Old Glory, the ones that are well done, because of those raised edges and stuff and little exaggerations here and there, which is okay, but it's great to paint those smaller scale figures that way. But ABs, oh, I did not like them. Terrible. As great as they are. I just like the bigger Judes. Well, you got a whole garage. Couldn't you get a big old 6x4 piece of lumber? Or a 5x8? Or get a ping pong table. They fold up nice. Convince Rita, hey, let's get into ping pong games, man. This is going to be great. Come on, Rita. It'll be good exercise. It'll be good for your hip. It'll be good for my wrist, my shoulder. It'll be great exercise. You could fold it halfway against the wall and play solo, you know? We'll play some ping pong and we'll get good at it. We'll buy some custom paddle boards, you know? It'll look great. Big colorful net for the center. Then on weekends, you unfold it so you got this big 5x9 table that just spread out in the garage and just fill up with terrain and battles galore. How great would that be? You got a whole garage, man. I learned to work around problems with my spine. My hands, appropriate 28mm. Oh, that's good to hear. It's also interesting to me that you got rid of the airbrush. I thought that would have helped. I guess not. If I wanted mass, I would do 15mm 172. Says James. Wolfgang Messerschmidt. How you doing, my friend? Haven't seen you in a while. Been looking at some of your work over there in the Discords. Very good. I could very probably get a bigger table. But my priority is painting right now. What ranges does AB do? Oh, they do. Well, they got a lot of ranges under their banner, but they're well known for their Napoleonics in particular. I think they do the World War II. I think that's under their banner. I could be mistaken. I had some of their 1/7/2 scale World War II, and they are just epically beautiful. I was going to do 1/7/2 at one time, by the way. I ended up selling it all off. But they're mostly well known for their Napoleonic range. I thought AB was 20mm. Well, the World War II range is. But they're actually 18 mil is what they call them. In other words, the bigger 15s. I think people like Paul Alba, who's renowned for painting AB miniatures, Napoleonics. My style just isn't compatible with that scale of that detail, that type of figure. It just, for whatever reason, I mean, I painted them and they look okay, but I don't think it's the best work I've done, which is odd. But the only reason is because I think that they're not as crisp, I guess is the best way to describe it. I like nice raised edges on the equipment, and these are a little softer. By no means a terrible figure at all. I mean, they actually look much more realistic and exquisite with detail, but I found it a challenge. So, for me personally, but Paul Alba, he could paint these things up, and that's his style, and it works, and that's all he paints. He doesn't do 28s. I prefer 28s, so I have a kind of a style that's like, I like to cover big areas, you know, and I like those hard edges and stuff. So maybe that's why. I have a fair bit of terrain for beginners. I'm telling you, ping pong would be awesome. Those Peter Pigs were fantastic. The 10mm Pendragon, amazing to paint. Yeah, that's funny too, because I painted the smaller figures and enjoyed them more than those AB miniatures. I don't know, man. I'd really have second thoughts. If I was going to do Napoleonics in 15, 18mm again, and an option would be AB miniatures, as great as they are, I would really think hard about that one. I'm not sure I would opt for that. Just from that small experience painting up what I was painting. I don't even remember what they were. Just, man, it's just, I don't know. I bought a folding ping pong table a couple years ago, $100. Yeah, there you go. That's the big war game table there. Big 5x9. That's huge. But man, you could fold that up, store it away, no problem. I know a few people that use ping pong tables for war game tables. Mine is currently 6x4. I prefer that. Which is your standard war game table. But even then, I think my preferred table size, just out of convenience, is a 4x4 or a 3x4. Especially if I'm playing a game solo, because you don't have to move around so much. The airbrush was not an efficiency dividend. It started to perform so poorly. Note, I used air compressors in my job. Just print piano miniatures. Pretty amazing Napoleonics. 15mm Napoleonics. Mine is 5 round, and my battle mats are 4x3. Yeah, 4x3 is great, man. 5 round. 5-foot round? Is that what that is? That's interesting. Well, that's not bad. 3x4 is a good size. I played Blucher on 3x4s. Quite a few battles on 3x4s of Blucher, Napoleonics. And I played L'Art de la Guerre on a 3x4. That was normal. Piano do 15 and 28. I think Bill Bashang, we all know and love Bill. He turned me on to piano. Piano minis. For Napoleonics, anyway. What am I doing? Did I forget to paint something? Let's do the camouflage. Oh, I gotta do the canteens too. No, I did the canteens. Oh, the shoes. Shoeage. Shoeage. Gotta do some shoeage. Let's do the camouflage and the shoes. We're almost done with these 3. It's sitting here bantering away. Oh man, I can't wait. Turnip 28, man. What a great game. Oh, I gotta get into that, I'm telling you. My newest obsession. Alright, there's the shoes. What else did I need here? I gotta do some camo patterns on this poncho, this tent that he's wearing. This is an Andrea shade of brown. I love Andrea paints, because they're pretty dang good. Okay, and we'll paint some green on there, and that's it. These guys should be done. Gonna use some Vallejo Luftwaffe. That's the shade of green we know. And that's it. It's 3 more models closing in. I don't have much left for the Germans. And I will have 2 full platoons ready for action. Maybe we'll start basing tomorrow. Okay, that's it. There they are, so that's 3 more. All right. Phew. I'll have to do some streams from my game room pretty soon. I haven't done that in a long while. Maybe I could do some how to plays or something. Maybe we'll play a game, James. Play on my game table. Play some Flames of War. That'll be great. Get your dice ready. We'll have a live play. Me and James, or whoever. Play some World War II on my tabletop. It's been a while. Make Kit Bash some sludge dudes. Oh, it's great stuff, man. When my new Peninsular Skirmish lot are done. I'm still thinking about it, if I want to do that. This Turnip 28 sludge. What a great genre that is for gaming. And kit bashing and stuff. I should bust out GMT Panzer or North Africa 41. Yeah, I'm kind of getting in the mood for board games too myself. I still have yet to sit down and play that freaking game that I've had sitting on the table for what, 2 years? You know what I'm talking about. Oh. I just can't get my head in the right space to sit and just play a board game. Hex Encounter game. I just haven't. I don't know what it is. It's been so long. I've made several attempts, but then I get so distracted. I can't do it, and I lose interest, and I'm doing something else. I've literally got it set up on my board game table in there, collecting dust. And the counters aren't out, the map isn't out, but the box is open and stuff is still sitting there, the rule, everything laid out, ready for action. But man, I just need the right vibe to just sit and be by myself and just get into this and lose myself in this little world on my map there. But I haven't been able to do that. Now with Jake coming up every freaking weekend, it's right there. He puts stuff on the table. I could never put a board game there. It would get bumped easily, so I got to kind of wait a little bit. I could play stuff in here on my little mini table. Cats would love that. It'd have to be something like Squad Leader or my World War II tactical games would fit on this table. That I could do. Musket and pike. There's a new volume to the Great Battles of American Civil War. I think it's like $60 or something. You could get it cheaper, but it's kind of an expansion to the Shenandoah Valley volume, and it introduces smaller battles. What's it called? Bayonets and Swords or something? By Swords and Bayonets? Something like that. More manageable, smaller sized engagements, scenarios that you can play. That I gotta get, because it's right up my alley. The smaller engagements, I mean. Because it's my favorite game ever, the series, and I have yet to sit and play an entire battle. I go so far and then I move on, and that's okay. I'm enjoying the whole process. But I would love to actually just set up on my huge table 3 days at Gettysburg and play the whole freaking thing. That would be insane. And to do it solo, I think my brain would explode. That'd be crazy. But I'm up for challenges. It'd probably be over 100 episodes. Thank goodness parts of the hobby move slower. Rifle and saber, cheese and pickles. Sabers and bayonets or something is what it's called. It'd be a good volume to grab if you just want to try out the system. During my tablet being offline, I started retraining my brain to read more. I don't know if it's my age, my eyes, or my lack of patience, but it's getting harder and harder and harder to sit and read. And that includes games. I mean, I keep putting it off because I don't know why. Is it because of my eyes? Because my father was an avid reader. And he gave up reading. He gave up reading later on in his life. And he just said it's just too hard to read. He gave up reading. I kind of think, geez, is that the same thing with me? There's so many things I want to read, but I can't. Lay down in bed with a book or something, I fall asleep in like 5 minutes. Marshare, time to get out 3 DOG, 3 dog, 3 dog. What's that? 3 dog, 3 DOG. During my tablet, I read that. 3 days at Gettysburg, that's what that is. Acronyms. Time to get out 3 days at Gettysburg. Oh, can you imagine? That game is so massive. Monster Civil War game. On a tactical level. Every regiment represented. Are you kidding me? Oh, man. That would be such a mental challenge. The turns would go by so slow, it would take forever. That would be a fun challenge, though. I'd have to really learn the system good. GMT Ironclads. I never seen that one. Ironclads. About the time I can settle into a text more easily now. My brain is fried by fairly tragicomic and regular trauma. And I'm serious. It's so much more challenging to just sit and read, even a new game or something. Unless it's really simple or something. I don't know. Should I be concerned? I mean, I have yet to actually sit and read the entire Flames of War 4th edition rulebook. Even though it's a mini rulebook. The most I've done is, I read all the rules for how to shoot with tanks. I read all the rules for shooting with infantry. And that's it. And I've been playing it. Just with tanks. But sitting and reading the whole thing, one go, which is very doable, by the way. But I can't. Iron and oak. No, I don't have that. I think I've seen it, though. That would be fun. Love my naval games. I think what I will do to get back into board gaming again, and I am. Never got out of it. I just haven't played anything. I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to set up a game that's really much more manageable, smaller. Something like, if not Squad Leader, i.e. the learning volumes. I forget what they're called. Quick starts or something? Starter sets. If not that, like starter set 1, I could do that again. I might get out Conflict of Heroes, because that's one of my all-time favorite games too. I could get that out, set it up, play it, get into it. Very easy to do. I could do that and get my vibe for board gaming again. Get it back in me, and then I could start thinking about doing bigger games like Musket and Pike or Julius Caesar or something. I'll get to that point. Somebody needs to go outside. Give me a second. I was muted. Darn it. Anyway, this is the last of the models for the Germans I got to do. Yes, I was muted. Sitting here describing them. Gum flapping. This is it. This guy's got a broken barrel. I'm going to carve that gun out and make it look like a small handgun or something. Do something with it so I could use the model. This guy has weak ankles for some reason. He almost broke off the base. But it should be fine. Throw a little super glue on his feet maybe and strengthen him or something. I don't know. And yeah, that's it. It's mostly a lot of crew for the Pack 40s. This guy lugging a Panzerfaust. Yeah, that's it. So 11 guys. Couple more bases. And then I'm just going to base them all. Get rid of the beveling on the edges. Do all that nonsense. And I'm going to work on the 2-pack 40s. I'm going to put together the Flak 88. I have one or two of them. I don't know. And this thing. I'm going to get this all done. Based, painted. Everything's going to be done. The only thing left is going to be the platoon of U.S. Paras. Which is what, about 30 guys? But I'm not going to jump into that right away. I want to get this part of the project done. And we'll see what comes next. I might do a whole different project entirely. Because you guys know I've got a bunch of projects waiting. But I don't know yet. Whatever strikes me. And, that's where I set. You can hear me now, right? Yeah. That's the other nice thing about element-based games. You can just do a few bits at a time. Yep. You could do like an element while you're working on some other project, you know? I've done that. I've done that many times. I'll be sitting here working on Flames of War, and then I'll have like an element of, you know, heavy foot Roman legionnaires. I only need 4 of them. You know, and I work on them, get them done, based, they're done. Boom. That's a whole element in DBA. That's a whole, like a unit right there. So you're getting a lot done, really. So easily. So yeah, I agree. It's one of the advantages of element-based games. Sorry, I'm looking for cat injuries. Kings of War, I'm very tempted to DBX. Kings of War, I'm very tempted to DBX. Stargrave. Yeah, keep your focus. Enjoy your Stargrave for a while. Get something manageable done with it, and then move on to something else, right? That's the whole trick to us wargamer painters. You don't have to do the same freaking thing, massive project, like I do when I do commissions. You don't have to do that. I'm basically doing this in my spare time. There's all my Germans. It's just my spare time. A little bit here, a little bit there. This is my version of an element. If I could do one of these a day, I'm happy. And I'm usually painting maybe 4 to 6 times a week. So that's 4 to 6 bases a week. That's pretty good. It's like a whole platoon. Before you know it, stuff's done. And this is all I've been painting. I think I get bored, but nah. I guess it's kind of ingrained in me from being a commission painter. This is like normal for me. I don't get bored really. Especially with this, because I enjoy this and I'm looking forward to it. And I know that all I have to do is base all this, which is easy work. And boom, I'm adding them right to my game. So next time I see Jake, I'm going to have 2 platoons of German to go along with my Panzer IVs. And that's all I need. I'll take on his 9 Shermans. Or whatever he's got. Throw in my Pack 40s. Yeah, take out those Shermies. No problem. This right here is the... Let me try and get it in camera. That right there is the paratroops. That's it. Couple 30 cals in there. That's it. There's the rest of the Germans. And yes, this is very dusty. That's why you always see me in here dusting my models. So that's my project so far. Painted plastic Germans, mission accomplished. Yep. What else do you play, Dented Helmet? Is there any other games you play that you're particularly fond of? Or want to try? Like Stargrave? Oathmark? I'm not sure what I'm going to play next when Jake comes up. If I get these all based like I'm thinking, I'll probably play some Flames of War. They're looking forward to playing 40k again. And I've been wanting to play that spaceship battle game. What's it called? Void Admiral. I want to give that a shot too. So I got a bunch of options for the next session. Who knows? Maybe I'll shoot a video, a bat rep. If I can get a decent, legit game on the tabletop, maybe that's what I'll do. I'll wait for my Flames of War when I get this project done, which ain't too long now. Get the paratroops done. Get some decals on the tanks. Base up all the Germans and so on. I think I'll plan a bat rep of that. Be me going against Jake. And maybe Jesse. And we'll do a whole bat rep for it. I'll edit it up and post it. And that'll be my first inaugural bat rep in about 8 years. 7 years. Or maybe it'll be Void Admiral. Or maybe it'll be a 40k. I don't know. But whatever it is, it's going to be my inaugural bat rep after all these years. And it's going to have Jake in it, and me, and possibly Jesse in it. And we're going to rock and roll. We're going to strut and stroll. It's going to be awesome. It's going to be amazing. OSR, old school. DNS, D&D, DNS, D&D. Play Stargrave, Frostgrave. WOE, what the hell is that? What is that? WOE. Some 40k, mostly Amber Guard and Kill Team. Okay. Star Wars Legion. And any and all Barons and 100 Years War eras. Okay, there it is. No Turnip 28th? I'm sad. What is WOE? WOE. Is that game you mentioned earlier? What is that? WOE. Alright, what is it, Dented Helmet? I'm stumped. WOE. You guys and your acronyms. World of Endor. Eberron. What is that? Warlords of Erewhon. Oh, jeez. I've heard of that, but I would not have guessed it. Threw me off. Yep. Lots of medieval fantasy as well. Okay, so that's your thing. There we go. Dented Helmet. Makes sense now. Still surprised there's no Turnip 28 in there. I mean, you are responsible for introducing me to this fantastic genre. You're telling me you don't even play it? You kidding me? Uses bolt action mechanics. Lords of Erewhon. Huh, interesting. You mean the dice pull? That kind of thing? Turn 28 is new to me. Well, there you go. There you go. It's absolutely new to me. We'll see where that takes me, if anywhere, because it is something. I have to build a custom army for it. Don't we all? I don't know what it is about it. It's the genre itself, not necessarily Turnip 28's rules or anything, or vision, but it's just that whole aesthetic. It really is pulling at me. So we'll see. One of my big projects I do want to get to is working on my Sisters of Battle again. I've been setting them aside for a long time, and I have a massive collection that I've been able to build. And that's my real 40k passion right there. Got my Dark Angels. There's a few models I want to add to that collection, but I'm not going to push too heavy with it right now. I really want to get to these Sisters of Battle, especially with speed paints. That's really the most immediate project I have on the side here. I have more, but they're not as far on. Oh, and my fantasy stuff. How could I forget them? I like to tinker with those and paint a model here and there. Like this guy I haven't finished yet. So it'd be a nice change of pace to do a little bit with those guys and maybe this 40k guy. Where's the focus point? Gotta finish him. But I am gonna have to change it up pretty soon. It's getting that time. I can't just do these little 15 mil World War II guys constantly. He's got hair on him. Let's clean him off. And this guy is all speed paints. So far. So I want to finish him. Pretty nice. And literally that's all I have on my little 28mm painting spot. Just those two. Over there I got my other projects. My Sisters of Battle down there in the background. And my fleets for Void Admiral. And a few odd figures I 3D printed here and there. So that's the most immediate stuff. For me, I'm just thinking about what's next. Because I'm making good progress on these Germans. Which makes me happy. Where did you say you were from, Dented Helmet? If you did. I don't remember. I have a bad short-term memory because I suffer from brain damage. And it's getting worse and worse as I get older. I literally forget things like that. And yet there's some things I can remember from my childhood, so it's weird. Looks great. Thanks, Dented Helmet. Well done. Thank you. Oh, you're in Pittsburgh. Did you tell me that before? Because I don't remember that. But you're way down on the opposite corner of the state. I'm on the northeast. That's not far away. Do you ever go to the conventions? Fallen, Storicon, Cold Wars? Down in Lancaster? I intend to start going back, playing some tournaments, and meet up with a lot of folks that I know online. Do you do oil washes for grim dark effects? No, but I'm thinking about it. I saw somebody do a video, and maybe you're referring to this yourself, but I saw a video, I think it was yesterday, about painting these turnip 28s in this grim dark style, and the guy is using nothing but oils. So that's a thing. And I know people use oils, and I've considered it, but I've never really done so. I'd have to look into it because I do have access to all these oil paints. And especially for that grim dark stuff, man. Oh. Not anymore. When I was younger, yas. I intend to go back down there again. I intend to do a lot of traveling. So who knows, if you got any game stores or something, maybe we'll meet up over there in Pittsburgh. And get some massive gaming. I just haven't had time to do much travel these days. But at my heart, I'm a traveling man, and I have some plans. I have a lot of plans, actually. Why does everything look crooked here? I have a lot of oil paints. They're amazing. Just satin varnish your stuff. Yeah? I'll have to look into it. It'd be cool to do that with all my 40K models, actually. Get more into that grim, dark aesthetic. I would like that. Seriously, oils are awesome for blending and grim, dark effects. But the paint on some card... Put the paint on some card, soak up the linseed. To soak up the linseed first. Yeah, I haven't really looked into it, but I am going to do that. I'm going to try it, see what happens. See if I can pull off the old grim dark effects using using oils. Pastels, what am I thinking? Who knows? Right now my thing is... James, my thing is speed paints. That's my thing now. I'm just learning to use speed paints and get into that, and I'm loving it. Eels. Bacon sandwich. I'm gonna make a potato. Some things never change. I don't know if Squirrel Hermit came back or not. I think he did. Squirrel, you out there, Squirrel? He's gonna have a stream tomorrow. Sometime after 11 a.m. Or precisely at 11 a.m. So everybody better be on the watch. I hope I remember. I'm sure I will. He's going to talk about Knock, the book he just got. So I'm going to be there. Until they were in the bin. And only did washes. No fancy blending. Yeah, I could see oils being useful for the blending stuff. For sure. Squirrel Hermit. You should sub to him. He's a good, wholesome channel. I love the guy. He's one of those special folks in the world. And he deserves all the support you can get him. What am I doing here? Let me find the squirrel. Squirrel Hermit. I've been on some of his streams. Where am I going here? Alright, let me go to the chat here. Here's the link to his channel on YouTube, folks. If you don't subscribe to him, give him a subscribe. I'd appreciate it. Forge and Bruche. The Forge and Bruche. Subscribed. There we go. He's only got 234 subscribers, which I think is an atrocity. He's been on forever. Not that he cares much about subscribers, but still. Surprising. Shocking. I mean, how is it my channel's got almost 4,000 subscribers? And I don't even care. And I've been doing this for what, 10 years, 12 years? I don't know. I don't do anything on my channel anymore. I don't know why people keep subscribing, to be honest with you. But who knows? I might blow up. I might start putting out bat reps again and all these videos. Well, I'm going to do that. And all of a sudden it just goes crazy. You know, that'd be great. That'd be cool. If I can get the vibe back in me. Start churning out videos left and right again. Good videos too. Good stuff. Welcome to my unboxing. My flip through. My grand flip through. Haven't done one of those in a while. Do a lot of streams though. He works in Pittsburgh every once in a while. He's somebody you could hang out with. He's a cool guy. He's a traveling man. He lives right across the way there in Ohio. So you're actually pretty close to him. Oh, you hated the Vallejo Express. That's interesting. I didn't know that. So far, I'm just using the Vallejo or the Army Painter stuff. I still gotta buy another little set of 6 paints. I got my eye on. Need to do some expanding here. I need to get that medium. I don't have a matte medium. Oh, yes, I do. What is this? Now, come on. I got autofocus on, so it should focus. Come on. Come on. Come on. Matte medium. So I do have matte medium. I did have it. I didn't know. Looks like I actually used it too. I don't know what I was doing. I just don't remember. Christ, it's right there in front of me. Water-based acrylic. A few drops added to colors will increase flow, transparency, and result in a matte finish without diminishing adherence. Also used as pigment base. So I could try this with, say, let's say I'm gonna have to write what this is. I can't even read it no more. I could add this for my field gray, and this will start to behave, if I mix it correctly, like a speed paint. Well, it says it increases flow and transparency. That's pretty much what it does. I imagine it would work like a speed paint or a wash. Water-based acrylic, a few drops added to colors. So I'll try that. I'll have to get out a 15. Right, maybe I could try it on any figure, really. Yeah, I could. And yeah, I'll try it on my one of these guys. He's all ready for speed paint. Because if that works, that's going to make my day. Ugh. Should be similar, yes. Add a drop of airbrush thinner if you really want it to flow. Yeah, airbrush thinner. I think you got me that too. Yeah, it's right there. Airbrush thinner. Boy, you're keeping me in supply. After all these years, I'm just discovering these things. Like, I got that. Little thinners, mediums. I think Interactive are my fave. All the layout reformulation is full of air bubbles, my humble opinion. Add it to ink or paint. I dropped the airbrush thinner. Should be similar. Just make sure the field gray is really shaken up and apply with a damp brush. I'll try it. I'll see what happens. I'll be curious. I'll make it work. If that's as easy as it is. If it gives me somewhat similar results, I'll be very happy. That'll widen my repertoire, my choice of paints. Big time. Huh. I didn't know I had them. Four and a half hours. We're almost done, folks. God, I've been on here for 4.5 hours. Holy smokes. That's great, though. Boy, it got dark in here. Why is it so dark? Wow. Tales of the Valiant. By the way, folks, if you're a 5e fan, you like the mechanics, but you don't like Wizards of the Coast, I highly recommend Tales of the Valiant. This is the way to go if you love the 5e system mechanics. And we're talking about the 2015-2012 era 5e. This is where it's at. This is so much a better game. Very reminiscent of Pathfinder in its presentation. I mean, look at this. This is Pathfinder presentation quality. I love it. So much better than Wizards of the Coast nonsense. Beautiful artwork. And a much better version of 5e. It's still 5e. Pocket Edition. I highly recommend it. All kinds of cool freaking options for changing the style of play in your game. Compatible with all 5e products out there. Yes, I sound like a big fan and I'm doing a promo here, but I do really like it. For a modern role-playing game that's easy on the brain and free-flowing like 5e is meant to be, it's pretty good. I recommend it. That said, it's high fantasy. It's not old school. But yeah, if you want to try something new and modern, that would be my choice. Tales of the Valiant by Kobold Press. Yada da 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 da. Big Liquitex bottles are the cheapest. I know a couple of people who just use matte medium and acrylic paint and ink. I'm going to look into it. I'm going to see what kind of results I get with that. Maybe I'll be one of those folks. So I'm very old school in my painting techniques. I don't do a whole lot of experimenting with mattes and thinners and all this other stuff. I really don't. But I do make it a point to try new things, and I've been doing that in the past few years. I've been trying out new things, new styles, new techniques. Speed paints is new to me, for instance. I love it. And yeah, so I'm going to mess around with this too and see what happens. Oils, that's another option I want to look into. Beneath the Sunken Catacombs. RPG? You know, it's a good RPG you'd like. You would like Tales of Argosa. You'd like that. That's a really good, simple, straightforward, old school game. Great mechanics, low magic. It's really fantastic game. I've been talking about it the past couple days. It's actually right up your alley. I think you'd get a kick out of it. Especially if you like solo RPGs. What are you looking at, Walter? Walter says, I'm hungry. I might actually run Tales of Argosa. It's one of my options, but I'm not... It'd be a good game for Jake, too, now that I think about it. But we'll see. My big campaign starts this fall, and I'm still not sure exactly what it's going to be. I got Tales of the Valiant that I've been messing around with and making characters for. I've got Tales of Argosa, which is just a fantastic single volume book that's just great. Old school sword and sorcery with elves and dwarves and halflings and scorn. All in one book. I mean, it's great. Lots of tables and charts and oracles. And the other ones, let's see, Hyperborea, Tales of the Valiant, Tales of Argosa. Those three right there have really been preoccupying my mind for my next campaign for this fall. That Jake is going to be playing in. So that's why it's not by default Hyperborea, because I love Hyperborea, but you know, it is kind of a dark and I gotta be a little bit creative. Sunken Catacombs. Trio liquid speed paint, 1 drop medium, 2 drops paint will be semi-opaque. Two drops paint. Yeah, Tales of Argosa is what it's called. I think you'd like Tales of Argosa. I really do. It's just a single volume. 200 or so pages. Goes up to level 9. Level based. There's like 9 classes. Race and class are separate. It's so frickin' easy. Will you stop? Oh. Alright, now we're getting into recipes here. Only 1 drop of thinner. Maybe I'll try it tomorrow. Now that I know I have the stuff. I might try that tomorrow on a figure. Thinner increases flow, but not transparency. So the medium increases the transparency as well. Helms Slain. It's another RPG on Kickstarter that Squirrel told me about. Hold on here. It's in the bathroom. Oh, God. Wow. The autocorrect on this is insane. Just treat medium the way you would water and you will get it. Huh. I'll give it a whirl. We'll see what happens. Folks, I'm going to call it here now because I'm getting tired. I need to walk around. My cats are going insane, and I need to eat too. So, James, I'll see you tomorrow then. If you're around, if you're up to the task. And everybody else, I thank everybody for being in here today. Some new and old faces. Todd. Saw Todd here after a long hiatus because he's getting back into miniatures again. So there you go. People have a tendency to look me up when it comes to that nonsense. I'm still here. If you don't see me, I don't know what to tell you. I don't know what to tell you. If I ain't around no more, I don't know. Looks great. Well done. Great time. Oh, sir, we'd have a great time gaming. Wait a minute. I'm looking at the wrong thing here. Okay, Fritz, take it easy. You too, Dennet Helmet. Thanks for the inspiration as always. Feel free to share some more pictures. And I'll see you again tomorrow, my friends. Good evening. We're all good. Squirrel Hermit, too. Thanks for being around. Zaddy and all that goodness. Folks, you guys have a wonderful evening, and I'm going to talk to you again tomorrow, and you know it. I want you guys to hang in there. Because you know why? It's only going to get better. And I'll talk to you again soon, all right? Sounds good to me. Take care, James. Take care, everybody.